Good afternoon. All right. How's everybody doing? Okay, so we just noticed we don't have wait. Is the 3 the chapter? Are we in chapter 3? Oh. We don't have chapters in the saved slot name. 7.5 hours. So the really sad thing is, playtime 7.5 hours, and my progression achievements are already in the 30% range. A lot of people just did not give this game a chance. It's really kind of unfortunate.
Final Fantasy XIII-2, the story so far.
Chocobo! We have to figure out the labyrinth.
You'll be sure to arrive in the future you want. This must be the eclipse.
You know what this is?
You know what this is? No. Ah yes, we unlocked Erba. Locked location. Alright. Erba 200 AF.
Erba, Grand Pulse, a land that bears the scars of ancient war, where flakes of crystal gather and shift like sand in the desert. The Academy has restricted access to this place because it is the homeland of the 2 heroines who turned to crystal and held Cocoon safe in the sky. It is a land that now, 200 years later, has been swallowed into a rift between time and space.
Every time I get to this loading screen, my brain just starts playing the Chrono Trigger theme. Can't be helped. Chocobo.
What's happening?
Well, that's not quite how we left it.
The world is falling apart.
Is this a future where everything has been destroyed? Or is it a distant past before the world has even come into being?
Space-time has doubled and twisted
If there were a distant past before time came into being, there wouldn't be a partial road there. Unless that road were a natural occurrence.
Space-time itself.
Right. And we have to find out what's causing this. Okay.
Whoever it was that created the paradoxes,
Can I go back to the tower?
did they really
Nope.
want an empty, dead world?
In a world abandoned by the foul sea, the ones who are left behind craved nothingness, an empty world.
Where did you hear that?
It's just an old fairy tale.
Something's not right here, Chocobo. Go, Mom. Chocobo!
Well, that was a brief stay. The void beyond.
It's like a maze. A crossroads within the paradox itself.
In this space-time, the past and future intersect. I bet if we solve all these puzzles, we could dissolve the current paradox.
Now you're thinking, Chocobo.
I don't feel like the thing that was missing from Final Fantasy XIII was more puzzles. That's just me. Oh, okay. What am I doing here? Connect the crystals. Oh, hold A. hold up now. So do I have to just pick one end and... Okay. I have no more interesting commentary than that for that moment. Just, okay. That happened. Why did charge you $4.50 delivery fee? Wow. How's it going, Countess? Aside from the attempted ripoff by Pizza Hut. Yeah, that is an excellent question.
Too easy.
Holy water. Hey Northrex, how you doing? Good having you here. I see a box in here. I'm not doing too bad. Finished up a very frustrating week of work and going into a week off. So, I'm in a decent mood, all things considered. Painkillers. This ramp was not here in 13. Don't lie to me. Oh, it's what's his name? Oh, what was the robot's name? I finished gathering his parts and then I just cleared him from my mind after that. Oops, that's not what I wanted.
Looks like we lost.
Whatever Says did to fix the robot, though, it's kept it running for 200 years. So that's pretty impressive. Do not interact with it. Am I a Lions fan? Yes. Ah! I didn't see what I got! I was distracted by SK questioning my sanity. Oh well. Where's the unfollow button? It's hidden. And by extension, I'm a Rams fan for as long as Stafford is there. Alright, a map. Excellent. Okay. Definitely cannot interact with little robot dude. Yeah, people always ask how I can stand being a Lions fan. And the simplest answer is you don't need Super Bowl wins when regular season wins feel like the Super Bowl.
Looks like we lost.
So, I get between 2 and 11 Super Bowl victories per season. Big birdie, yep, that's fish lips. Oh, hi. Oh, item. Can I get over there?
Hey there. Want to see what I got?
Yeah. That's why I talked to you. Just some new delicates. Awkward statement. Oh! Hello. Sure, let's get some... some aesthetics. Hey, Panda Bear. How you doing? Youthful Parasol. Okay, I gotta see the Headdress of Courage. And I have to see the Festive Tree.
Until we meet again. Chocobo Races.
Alright. Adornments, tree. Okay, that's roughly what I expected from the headdress. Oh. There we go. The color even matches. How do you not do that? Of course, that begs the question. Excellent. The tree on your head, bruh. I don't know. I like the hat for the Chocobo. Ooh, nice. What are you? Saboteur. Start off with Death Sight, physical damage to a target, and XIII-2. Ooh. I mean, that's good, but I'm still not really at a point where it seems worthwhile to have a non-medic or direct damage dealer. Before we do that, I want to see what's on this ramp. Oh, knock it off. Kind of interested in mixing around some different Ravager monsters. I think the Chocobo is a pretty solid commando. It's not completely sold on the flam. Nothing there. Okay. So... can I get down behind that? Because there is an item in that corner. I'm gonna check that before hitting the portal. And doing another fun puzzle. I still disagree with their assessment that puzzles were what was missing from 13. Can't jump that one. Okay.
Wasn't even a warm-up.
I like how it shows the difficulty that you're on after every single battle, so that if you pick easy, you get reminded of it every time you fight something. Let's see what we can get on fish lips here. Level 62 to get to adrenaline. That is quite the burst there. Let's see. Yeah, you guys are good there. Hey, Anatolu. Yeah, since I've got a lot of DQ coming up next week, I'm getting a little extended stay on 13-2 today. Let's see. Smite, Fear Siphon, Friendzord. Definitely want Smite. Hack had some pretty bad luck in the tower in Gen 3, so... yeah. Tower's gonna tower sometimes. ATB gauge. Probably, yeah. There we go. Smite 33 to Ruin God. Draws a spoon. This isn't Dark Souls 2. Let's see. I mean, Shell's probably a good idea. So is Fear Siphon. So is Faraga. Well, let's go for Shell. Where did I get this many Christian points? Wasn't expecting to have this much to spend. Alright, let's go get Asuna. Ruin God versus Faraga. Poison God could be fun to work toward, but I get the feeling that's going to be like 65. Let's go Fire. Another ATB gauge segment. Or do I want to increase my buff duration? Or my chain. Let's go to the Ravager bonus. I don't think ATB 5 is very necessary at this point. Alright, what do you got? Raise could come in handy, plus Cura after that. D4. Why they gotta be so tall? Why does everything have to be tall in Dragon Quest? Tall lighthouses, tall towers, tall volcanoes, tall pyramids. Everything tall sucks. Cura is 29. Boom. Okay. Probably go to Ruinga. Fringe Ward could be good. It's only 3 levels, let's do it. 4 more levels for a Death Ward, maybe. Let's get Ruinga. Power Chain? Sure, let's just keep going. Okay, let's get the medic boost, I think. Increased. Well, the healing seems to be pretty significant as is. I don't know if the medic bonus is as important. Commando roll bonus could be worthwhile. Let's get medic bonus. Okay. Well, I had a lot more CP to spend than I expected. That was, I don't know where all of that came from. Alright, everybody ready for an exciting puzzle? Chocobo.
Another head scratcher.
Wait. Oh, okay. It changes when it pulses. I did not catch that on the previous one. There we go. Was that wrong? Oh, I don't think I connected that way last time. Okay. Other than throwing Moogles? Yeah, throwing Moogles is absolutely the highlight of this game so far. Where's all the ammo? 80% Moogle abuse, that's about right. Oh, God. Yeah, I can't throw my Moogle in here, but I will throw Mog as soon as we get out of here, just for fun. Oh yeah, that's how I'm supposed to get that item. I guess that's the obvious solution.
No problem.
Hey, we did it!
One difference. I knew you
Fine.
See, that's half the fun of the game right there. Magician's Mark. Oh, yeah. Okay. Costs 30. Let's do that.
Nice!
Maybe I should take some accessory capacity. Click. I could go pick this one up manually, but that's more fun. I was waiting for the item. Hey, Hack, how's it going? $100 fists. Let's see how that goes.
That's it!
There's one dead thing. Well, can't argue with the food. I wish I could say I've never screwed up a boss on DQ5, but there is video evidence to prove otherwise. I've had that situation several times on Gemma, where it's like, okay, do I Z-shield now or do I heal? And I just say, okay, it's safer to heal, and then he one-shots daughter. I've been there multiple times. Because, like, your brain will tell you that healing somebody that's near death is going to be the safe move. But then there's also no guarantee that if you had Z-shielded, he wouldn't have targeted, you know, Pierre instead and finished him off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, once the paralysis hit daughter without any full moon herbs, that fight ends instantly.
I sent something.
What? You sent something here?
Go, Mom!
Yeah, I forget those herbs all the time. The funny thing is, the times I remember them, nobody gets paralyzed. Like, without fail. If I remember ahead of time to bring the herbs, nobody gets paralyzed. As soon as you forget to bring them, daughter's paralyzed instantly. Yeah. Yep, and then you'll come back next run in PB. That's how it goes. Oh, is that patterns easy to remember? Exactly right. I'm not a fan of these puzzles. The step puzzles were okay. These are just tedious. Then again, I'm not really that into minigames in general.
Right on schedule.
We did it! There might be other things to discover too. It looks like everything's back to normal.
It almost feels like they went all in on people complained about X, so we're going to do Y. And in this case, X is not engaging enough, and Y was puzzles. Not the correct decision, if you ask me.
Good work, everyone.
The good thing about the puzzles not being memorable means they also are not that bad. Because if you end up in a puzzle that like walls you for an hour, you're gonna remember that one. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that on a lot of these. It's like, I feel like 13 was a more raw experience, and so far 13-2 is a more refined experience, but in a lot of ways they refined it in the wrong direction, if that makes sense. Like, I don't hate it. I'm still having a lot of fun with it, but I do feel like 13, so far, I would say 13 was better than this.
Let's regroup!
I do like the monster recruitment, though. Is this guy tameable? Oh, he is tameable. The question is, would I replace fish lips with this guy? Well, we didn't get him, so I don't have to think about it. Good. Libra scope. You know, it just occurred to me nobody has Libra. Right? Like, because we don't have a technique menu option. Is Libra scope all there is for Libra? I definitely feel like they improved the combat. Like, even if the only change were how smooth the paradigm shifting is, it would be an improvement. But I also like being able to swap out the monster between the different paradigms. So you get a little bit more variety as you're playing through instead of just the same 3 people going over and over again. See you up there.
Come on, Mom.
And as we addressed earlier, the Moogle throwing by itself makes this game worthy of existence. Hypno Crown. Feral Link Gauge Charge Rate. Okay. That doesn't seem important because none of the abilities seem really worth using on cooldown. And I never think about it. Yeah, the encounters in 13, I would say, are probably better. I like being able to see the entirety of the enemy group on the field and such. But the combat definitely feels well streamlined in 13-2. Oh, was I supposed to go along the beach? Silly me. Like, once we got to the point where the temporal anomalies were visibly warping enemies in, and I understood why the enemies teleporting onto the field happened. It's like, okay, I can accept it from a lore standpoint, but the world feels more alive in 13 because the enemies are wandering. But like, one of my favorite experiences from 13 was seeing a huge enemy just off in the distance and being like, I want to fight that. And then you go over and fight it. Whereas in 13-2, you know, everything is just basically random encounters.
No one's hurt, right?
I think the only exception to that has been the dragon that we fought in one of the previous worlds. He wants to talk, but he keeps running away
This
from
was
me.
their home. But now they're frozen in Cocoon's crystal pillar, never to return. They slept for centuries. And then they awoke again, in our time. Though they came from Grand Pulse, they became Cocoon's saviors.
So you're saying they traveled through time to save the future?
Yeah, I guess they did in a way.
I mean, to be fair, they also saved Grand Pulse. So. $600. An item down there. Oh. I hear item. Okay, how do I get into that room?
Go, Mog!
Can you Moogle pulse this door open? Oh wait, no. How did I already forget about throwing a Moogle? We got broken windows. I can't throw you through the broken window. Really? For shame.
It looks like an oracle drive.
Yeah.
Stop.
Sarah!
Lightning. Lightning. Sarah, I'm sorry.
Hey, the apologies can wait. We got a wedding to plan, right? Right? Like, come on. What do you say? Lightning, I swear to you, we'll make her happy.
That guy. Is this what the end of 13 looks like if you're on drugs? The steel guard.
Who can they be? Prophecy. It's been changed.
But that's impossible.
If you change the future, you change the past.
It keeps changing?
Change is the constant.
Thanks, Liam.
Caius.
I have seen you. I have seen you both.
You...
What? You mean Osiris?
I am not.
Yeah, time travel is generally a dangerous can of worms to open.
You must understand, there are many Yules.
Caius.
I mean, they nailed the voice actor selection for this game, at least.
My sister was fighting you.
What are you doing here in this time?
I learned of your journey, leaping back and forth along the timeline. Yule
Right now,
has
I
been
kind of just want to fire up
watching
Nier.
everything you do.
No. She's been watching us?
Yes, I see you understand the significance of that. Then you must also understand that I am here for a reason. Your actions have necessitated the strictest sanctions.
Oh, we're actually fighting
Hey,
here,
hold
huh?
on a second. What do you mean, sanctions?
I must protect the sanctity of the timeline.
Caius!
We need your help.
I'm sure this is gonna go great. Okay, what's the angelic crap on his health bar?
Come on.
Speak the truth, hussy. It's finally my turn to say that.
Come on.
Yeah, well, he's not immune to them, but he's apparently very resistant to them. Oh, that doesn't hurt. Damage is so pitiful. Oh my god. Fighting demons in your undergarments, it sure does. That would have been a nice time to have a sentinel, but I wasn't aware we were going into a boss fight. Easy. Oh, that's not fair. I won. What are you doing healing yourself?
You shall pay for your crimes in blood.
Stop this, Caius. I am not going to fight you.
Times have changed. I'm not the Caius you once knew. To change history is a sin.
It's too late. The timeline has already changed.
Must we accept this, Yule?
If you change the future, you change the past. You can remold history as your heart desires.
Let's go now, before you are made to witness more. Come.
Okay.
Yule.
Wouldn't it still be in his best interest to kill us now, so that we don't change things further?
Ubu? An artifact, Ubu!
What does Caius want?
Clearly not to kill you.
Do you think we've fixed the Oracle drive that Hope found?
What happens to the prophecy recorded here should affect the one in the past. At least I hope so.
I believe it will. I think all those drive things are connected across time and space.
Alright, now to sit here for 20 minutes and figure out how to get this item. Oh, this one's open. Okay. Wait, was that not broken before the fight? I don't think it was broken before the fight. I'm pretty sure I checked that.
Go!
10 power bolts.
That's my mug.
There we go. Got him. So yeah, one problem with the whole changing the future changes the past as well. Kind of creates an issue where our characters have to exist outside of time, otherwise we would be changing ourselves. Hey Ash, how's it going? And then you have to answer the question, why do we exist outside of time? And what other implications does that have?
She was the same. The same face, the same voice. But even so, she didn't know me at all.
You mean you?
Yes. Well, no questions?
Sorry I drifted off. Sure.
What's that? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
It's like, oh, you're upset about something? Sorry, I was ignoring you.
Well, that explains why you don't have anything to ask me.
Lightning, Mo and I traveled to Erba. I wouldn't believe how much happened to us there. We found a prophecy that the Seers of the Far Seers had recorded. We saw a young girl called Yule, just like the Seeress. And we met a man named Caius, the man you were fighting in my dream. I guess what worries me the most, though, is that Noel looks sad. Sadder than I've ever seen him. And there's something else, too. The strange thing that both Caius and Yule said about the past. If you change the future, you change the past. I'm afraid of what that might mean for us. When Noel and I solved the paradox, we changed the future. Does that mean the past of Hope and the others has also changed?
Whimsical headdress. Yeah, it really is. Another issue that I have so far with this game, which may be addressed later, is they don't, to this point, address why we have magic. Because in 13, the magic came from being a lessee, which required being branded by the fal'Cie. There are no fal'Cie anymore, from what I can tell. So why do we have magic? And, like, they said that people randomly seem to have magic at this point. It's like, why? Like, it was so clearly defined, and that sounds weird saying clearly defined about Final Fantasy 13, but the source of your power was clearly defined, and that is no longer in existence. So, I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
Stands the ruins of the Far Seers city Padra. This was the capital of a flourishing civilization, storied in the annals of Grand Pulse. Here, the young Hope Estime is leading the Academy in an effort to learn more about the mysterious Oracle Drive. However, this world is not like the world of 10AF that Noel and Sarah had visited previously. Things have changed.
Okay, but this is a separate thing, so I can still go back to the original 10AF. They now exist as two separate realities, basically. Okay. Yeah, this is 10AF.
The sun is back in the sky.
The eclipse is over. Or it never existed in the first place. History here has changed.
If the paradox didn't happen, then maybe Hope never had any reason to come here.
There's still the Oracle Drive. Maybe that would have been enough of a draw for her. Only one way to find out.
Nice jump.
The fal'Cie that caused the eclipse. What was it looking for up in the sky?
The future, maybe? Who knows?
It really is accurate. The good news is, I tend to enjoy nonsense. I mean, I say that, but my first time starting Dragon Quest VI, when I got to bed, I was like, what? Doesn't get much more nonsensical than a flying bed.
How did you...
Yule. Did you come through the gate too?
The one you met was a different Yule. A Yule from the future.
What?
So, you don't know me either.
I know about you. I've been watching you both.
You can see the future, can't you?
I
You
can
get a
trace
Yule.
the timeline.
You get a Yule.
I see the future
Everybody gets a
and
Yule.
lead others along the correct path. I came here to confirm something I already know. You and I are the same.
What do you mean?
You too can show others the way.
Wait. I don't get it. How are we the same?
Well, I mean, Biology? You are both female. Therefore, you are the same, right?
We journeyed through time, solved the paradox, and met two girls who looked exactly the same. And now, at last, we found our way back to Hope's Oracle Drive. He'll be waiting for us. Or perhaps he won't. Maybe after all this time,
Like,
Hope has forgotten
I'm
us.
gonna, like, rip my head in half if we get to a point where we find out that Sarah is, like, the seer now. Because they've said that there's always a Yule that's a seer. And it's like, well, her name's not Yule. And now there's a Sarah.
I was afraid of what would happen if no one was here.
I guess the ruins were interesting enough. They didn't need the paradox to draw them here.
Alright, where are we going? Up to the right. Holy frame rate.
What? Did I miss something?
It doesn't look like a paradox appeared or anything. Is there a new discovery or something?
Director, who are you waiting for?
I don't know.
You're waiting for me.
I think they'll be here soon.
In a world where the paradox was solved, the eclipse never darkened the sky in the first place. No one remembered that Noel and I had been here. But even so, Hope was there, waiting for us. Of course, his memories had changed. We had our 10-year reunion all over again, as if our last meeting had never happened. When we explained his memories had changed because the paradox had been dissolved, Hope believed us without question. And then...
I have something I want to show you.
We get a better visual quality this time? No.
It is lightning.
This is a recording of the future. We're unable to identify the location or circumstances. There is one thing we're sure about, however. And remember, we don't know what era this is. Lightning is alive in that place. In my memory, Lightning disappeared after the battle with Orphan. But she's living somewhere in the future.
So it's not just a dream, is it?
She's out there.
Then I'm going to find her. Koopa Koopa?
And you will find her, Sarah. After all, you traveled through time and found me. Many years of research have finally borne fruit. It all began with the Oracle Drive. We excavated it from ruins many centuries old. Yet it recorded an image of Cocoon, supported on a pillar of crystal.
What are you doing,
It was an
Alyssa?
impossibility, an enigma. Impossible, but a reality nonetheless. This is when I learned what I must do. If it was possible to journey through time and look into the future,
Rum and Coke, nice.
then it must also be possible to travel backwards and change the past.
Right.
I wanted to change history, make things better, not just bring Lightning back, but Vanille, and Fang, and my mother.
So that's what your research was about.
Chasing the impossible, you might say. But you've made me realize something. It's clear to me now we are not the only ones who are intervening in history.
Oh?
The past has already been changed. Sarah, you are the only one who remembers a time when Lightning survived the fall of Cocoon.
Yeah. Director!
this.
What happened? Did the prophecy get rewritten?
Not necessarily rewritten. It could be the original prophecy restored as it once was. Perhaps a continuation of the first recording.
If this is showing us the future, then someday Cocoon will fall. Noel, you told me in your time Cocoon didn't exist like it does now.
Yeah, it came to ground long before I was born. After it happened, the whole world just fell apart pretty much.
But who made it fall? Could it have been Caius?
No, he couldn't do that.
Well, it
When is
looked
Cocoon
like he
supposed
shattered
to
it
fall?
in
How
that
many
one.
years? Is it soon?
No, not for a couple of centuries.
Oh, that's a long time from now. I mean, none of us will even be alive to see it.
Well, a couple of us will.
But others will. Cocoon will fall into Grand Pulse. Imagine the catastrophe. Think how many lives will be destroyed.
Right. That's the future I lived in.
It doesn't have to happen. No, we can change the future. We can stop Cocoon from falling and make your world a better place.
Yeah, but how? You think you can go to the time when it falls and hold it up yourselves? Do you even have a gate to take you there?
Well,
It might not be necessary to travel to the specific time and place.
How so?
The future depends on what we do now, right? Yes, there is a chance Cocoon will fall, but we can start working now to prevent it from happening.
Right.
But what if you can't hope?
We can at least work to mitigate the damage. If we begin our research now, we have time. Then, should Cocoon indeed fall, we can help protect the planet and save the victims.
Okay, let's do it. We could try to solve things at the other end, in the future. While you start preparing in the here and now.
Yes, let's change the future.
If you change the future...
If you change the future, you change the past.
Sarah?
It's nothing. Hope, thank you for the help.
Time will separate us.
I will note that so far the best parts of this game are when they cut back to the
Hope
13
dreamed
OST.
of changing the past. The weight of history drove him forward.
But the music in
But
13
now,
was so good.
He's turning to face the future. A future even more frightening than the past. Sarah, do you believe too? Do you believe in your own past?
No.
No. You know, I started this journey hoping to find my sister. But now, I want more. I want to save the future.
So do I, Sarah. So do I. Time to travel again.
Find the gate and the key, Kubo.
Right now, we don't have a clue where the artifact might be.
The director came by earlier to tell us you've been granted special access to the excavation site.
Excellent.
The area where they found the Oracle Drive is up ahead. It's exciting to think there may be other amazing objects buried there too.
Yep, right back at home on the step. I feel like there's an item nearby I can throw a Moogle at. Maybe not.
Various records of magic and sorcery are being uncovered in the Padra ruins. There was a spell to summon Eidolons. It
Ooh.
was a forbidden art, though, as it shortened the conjurer's
Am I gonna get summoned
lifespan.
soon?
The people of the past must have lived in fear of, but had respect for, ones who held such powers.
That's one way to put it.
Important relics have been detected nearby. Who knows? Any one of them might lead to an extraordinary discovery.
Come on, Mom.
Here he goes.
What are you?
Okay.
Things are as peaceful as ever.
If a paradox originates here but is resolved, I wonder if it'll be like nothing ever happened. People are quick to
Just
forget
that you
the past.
can throw a Moogle at. I like it.
more today. Although even if the paradox disappears,
Let's just keep talking to this
some people
guy.
are bound to remember. If a paradox originates, I wonder if...
Go, Mom, go out!
Oh, okay. I did not see that.
All right then. Where's the gate that fits this key?
I don't sense anything strange within the ruins.
Fortunately, randomly pressing buttons is usually the answer.
Direction of the mountains, cuckoo.
A potion? Oh, man. We're ready for the end game now. Alright. So now we have access to that area. Alright. Left. Alright. Thanks, Northrex. Chocobo. Yes, I won't jump over that. Manabolts. Yes.
No, we can change the future, can't we?
Yes, we've already established that.
Can, and we will.
We've done it.
Then we can go back to homes that we've made safe.
Lightning. Thanks to Hope, I can see light at the end of the tunnel. He told us that if we solve the paradox, we can save the future. Meanwhile, in his own way, and in his own time, Hope is working toward the same goal. Together, we can keep Cocoon safe. And if we do, then I know I'll be able to bring you home. I believe this with all my heart.
Dun dun dun.
You.
Okay, so Yule is dead.
How many times must I see this?
Yule has been dead before. So is this ultimately going to come down to he keeps seeing Yule die because the future and the past keep changing, yet he exists outside of time, so he remembers all the times that things have changed and she has died. And therefore, that led to him becoming a villain, so that he could stop her from dying. And we're all in a giant temporal loop. Nice, clean, easy, simple, straightforward. This is why it's rarely a good idea to implement time travel in video games or movies.
Another detour?
It's easy to get lost when you leap across time, Chocobo.
We can go back to the gate anytime. Let's take a breather.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, well, more specifically,
Sarah.
time travel that actually influences the timeline.
You remember when you
Like
told
time
me
travel
you saw
that
lightning in me in
addresses
your
time
dreams?
periods
Yeah.
separate from the main timeline with no
You still
impact
have
on
it?
it, that can be
No.
fun because
The last time I saw
there's no
lightning was the night
implications.
before we met. Although, I've had lots of dreams about what happened the next day.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
I was just curious.
All right. My turn. I want to know about Yule.
I don't know anything about either of the Yules you met.
What do you mean? She could be a time traveler, right? Just like you and me and Snow.
I don't think so. She's like a reincarnation. A new Yule born over and over. In each generation of the Far Seers, a girl with the same face, the same power is born. That girl is always called Yule.
So you're saying every age we travel to, there's a different Yule waiting? A Yule from Erba and a Yule from Yasha's Massif.
But they're all different. And neither are the Yule I knew. Although it took me a long time to actually start believing it.
Chocobo.
Noel, I've been thinking. If we keep traveling through time and resolving paradoxes and changing history, doesn't that mean the future you come from will change along with everything else?
Perhaps it'll become a future where I never existed.
Is that possible?
Sure it is. But it's okay if it does. There's too much sadness in my world. Your future. It'd be better if it never happened at all. Well, come on. Let's go. We've got a date with Lightning, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're only like 10 hours into the game. I highly doubt that date with Lightning's anytime soon.
Something looks different from the last time we were here. Mog, is
Yeah,
this
the
even the
gates are
same
gone.
place?
This is the void beyond, Kubo. It's just one of the many shadows of Valhalla to be found, Kubo.
So it looks similar, but it's really a separate world. That's why there are all these little differences.
Makes sense. Let's go see what changed.
Well, that's a big change.
Go, Mog!
Moogle through. The Calm Gate Seal.
Go, Mog!
More money, more problems, I'm sure. Nothing changed back here. That item is still... That was the map, I think. Alright. Oh, nope. Never mind, we got another box over here. Fly! Prediction Gate Seal.
This throne. I remember it from my dream. This is where Lightning was praying to the goddess.
Is that it?
This throne.
It sounded like she said it in a different tone.
This throne.
No, never mind. Must have imagined that. Oh boy, we got choices. Whew. Well, now where do I want to go? You know, say what you want about Final Fantasy XIII being a hallway simulator. At least you always knew where you were going. Okay.
Time and memory.
I think it popped something up here. Did something change at the Coliseum? Right, you want to fight?
This field exists only for battle and death.
I approve.
Conquerors of war, tyrants reborn, mighty warriors from every age gather here to clash in the unending struggle for victory. When the elements align, this realm will then welcome your arrival.
When the elements align.
Supposed to be for anyway. He said
awesome
something about
battles.
The place of war, right?
Minstrels of old sang of a secret place. A place that hid on the border between life and death.
I saw Saz.
Between oblivion and eternity. In that mythical niche could be found a palace of wondrous entertainment. It was a fantastical Neverland with a staff of surpassing beauty and a proprietor who was more than human. Only those blessed by Lady Luck would ever stumble through its legendary doors. And now, as if plucked from a children's storybook, that very palace looms invitingly before Sarah and Noel.
Is it a coincidence that serendipity starts and ends with the same letters as Sweet Mercy? I think not. Meant to be. Serendipity, you could say.
Is this place?
I don't think it's a theme park. Maybe a casino? But I've never seen anything like it before.
Well, I guess it's worth taking a look.
Gambling? Final Fantasy?
Welcome to our timeless paradise, Serendipity. You guys are travelers lost in time, right? Is this your first time here?
That is quite the accent.
All sorts of people come here for different reasons. Don't worry, we won't try to get in the way of you having fun. In this place, we're all just servants of the goddess. You might know her as Lady Luck.
I don't really know much about gambling or placing bets.
All the better. You've heard of beginner's luck, haven't you? To play the games, you'll need to purchase some casino coins from the exchange desk. Go, enjoy!
Quite the accent. All the gambling is done using casino coins. Purchase with gills and make the exchange desk your first stop. Well, my first stop is going to be immediately to the right, because there was an item over there. I remember trying to bounce an item over here. Lightning mask. Okay. What kind of lightning are we talking here? The character? Okay. Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure if it was like lightning the character or like lightning the element or something. But here we go. This is... Okay. Oh my god. Gus, welcome back to the party. Oh my god. Nope. Oh, Gus. Why did we ever leave you behind? Resist lightning with the lightning mask. Coincidence. Level 40 for Thundara. 3 levels away. Let's see. How many points we got? 3K. Might as well continue for Thundaga. Okay, Death Blow. Level 50 though. Probably better to unlock other things along the way. Kiraja is a good one. Alright. Actually. Resist Curse. Don't have any more of those. Okay. Good on Crystarium for the moment. Alright, where's the exchange desk? Oh, hello. The Fall Gate's here. Is this the exchange desk?
Welcome to the Chocobo Races. I see you have a way with animals. I think that's wonderful. Do you have a Chocobo in your party? You need to register your Chocobo and he'll be able to participate immediately. You can win casino coins by betting on the races. Why don't you give it a try?
I'm pretty sure I need to get coins before I can bet on races, so... Where's the exchange desk? Oh man, I don't think anything recently has made me as happy as the Lightning Mask on Gus did. That was great.
The additional play areas will be available soon. The game is so simple, yet requiring immense knowledge and strategy. That is what will await you when you return. Our greatest wish is for the patrons to enjoy their time here. To make that happen, we will do anything within our power.
Is this the exchange desk?
My dear travelers of time, I see you have in your possession some fragments. Do you know their power?
Well, we're not exactly sure what they do.
Those fragments are remnants of a time past. The goddess's will is that they fall into the hands of those with the purest of hearts.
So are they something we're supposed to have, or...?
You too are their rightful bearers. You will find more as you continue your journey in the outside world. Come back and present them to me, and I shall grant you a humble gift.
Once you've collected a large number of fragments, it's time to visit the Mystic. His abilities are known as fragment skills. Okay.
This must be the goddess's will. Please.
Is that like techniques?
Let time, the world, escape the nightmare it faces.
Okay, I'm awake. Oh my god. Mog's manifestation has been unlocked. Okay. Holy trumpets. I was not ready for that. Moogle Throw is new and improved. If you don't see treasure, try throwing Mog in random directions. He may not come back empty-handed. Instructions are the same. Okay. Open the main menu with Y and select Fragment Skills. Find Mog's manifestation from the list and turn the setting to Improved Moogle Throw. Hagler. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna make a note of all the things to try so I don't forget everything this is gonna tell me. Improved Moogle Throw. Okay. After you've collected some fragments, visit the Mystic. Oh, no, this is just telling me how to get more fragment skills. Okay. I thought I unlocked like a whole bunch of different things at once.
I will offer you some guidance. The distortion.
Oh, okay. Sell items to shops for more gil. Let Mog find treasure. Well, how do I... Oh, there we go. Fragments. Okay, so just talking to her unlocks skills based on how many or which fragments I've found. Well, at least now I know why it's, why I have a tracker for remaining fragments and areas. There's gonna be a lot of backtracking to make sure I get all those. Are you the exchange desk?
Welcome, guys! Serendipity is the most fantastic place you'll ever visit in your life.
Where's the exchange desk?
Hello there, and welcome to Serendipity. It's a place where dreams come true.
Okay.
The first rule of gambling is knowing when to quit. But
I can't know when to quit if I don't know how to start.
About letting their bets ride. They look so hopeful. I recommend the slot machines to any first-timers. If you want to show off your Chocobo, the Chocobo Races are the way to go. Some areas are still under construction.
I'm worried fish lips might kill the other chocobos.
To enjoy the new
but
attractions we'll be offering.
Yeah. Great. Head to the exchange counter. Okay. But I have to be missing something. Because the counter has like a carrot type marker. And that's not on the map here. So that goes in there. Is it inside this building? It's the only place I haven't gone. See, I used the map legend and did not get answers, so I'm fully justified in my handling of 13. Ah, there it is.
I'm here to assist you with whatever you need. Do you have any questions on how to play any of the games?
No, I need you to get out of my way.
You'll need to purchase casino coins in order to play the slot machines.
I just can't seem to lose.
Welcome! This is where you can exchange your coins. In order to play the games at the casino, first you'll need to purchase casino coins here. Once you've won yourself more casino coins, you can come back and trade them in for prizes. Stop by any time to check out our exciting selection of wonderful and useful prizes.
Okay. First, what are the prizes? Chaos Crystal. Humming with barely containable energy. Just 1 gil. For 9,800 coin. Okay. Setzer's dice. Like the thought of that. Setzer's fixed dice were so broken in Final Fantasy VI. Artifact, okay. Elixir for 30. Ooh, ribbon for 10k. Summoner's Mask. And the ribbon cost 100? Wow, okay. Shuffle the race list. Favorite common races, graded races. I don't know what any of that means. Sure. Okay. So it's 10 gil per. Well. That's a good starting point. Spend all of the money.
May you be blessed by the goddess of fortune.
Good day and welcome. Oh, you come from an interesting and familiar time. Have we met before?
If we did, I don't remember. So what is this place anyway?
Well, my friend, this is a haven. A little morsel of heaven. We stand far above the dull reality of the outside world. This is a place that only exists in dreams. A happy notion. A manifestation of the mind.
Is it almost like a rift in time?
If that's what you took from my words, then yes.
What to do now?
In other words, I don't know. Alright, I guess we're gonna go check out the Chocobo Races and see what fish lips can do. Seems like the thing to do here. Yeah, quick, indeed.
What's today's lucky color? Welcome to the Chocobo Races.
You need the chance to beat your Chocobo against other feathered thoroughbreds and dash for the finish line. Okay. Coins and prizes. There's more than just coins on the line here. It's limited how many coins you can bet at once. So the new Chocobos registered for races will be unavailable for battles. Can I unregister them before I leave? So we're gonna find out. Where's Fish Lips? Guess I'm not registering.
Greetings and salutations. What can I do for you today?
Oh, okay. So there's another desk here.
May you be blessed by the goddess of fortune.
Let's try that.
I really want to talk about. Welcome to the...
Okay. Permanently? Okay, is this permanent? Hang on.
Welcome to the...
Wait. Okay, retrieve Chocobo. We're good. We can get them back. 5 classes you can enter. Sure. Let's see. Zealot's Amulet, Witch's Bracelet. Sure, let's do that. Consume RP. Sure. Really, the name is the name of the Chocobos entered in the race. Okay, so we're doing DQ3 Monster Arena betting now. Long shot? You kidding me? No. I'm betting on you to win it all. 100. Absolutely. Stay at the front. Not win it all. Sure.
May the goddess smile upon you.
This is not a stupid bet at all. Am I in control at all? It doesn't seem like it. Okay. Because there's a boost meter down there. Oh, okay, so I can hit A to boost occasionally. So I probably want to save that up. Boost around the corner. No, why are you going into the... Okay, definitely save the boost. You know, the hat was probably excess drag. But yeah, I get it. I get it now. I'm taking my Chocobo and going home. Okay, so what else is there to do here? Didn't recruit a Choco until late in the game? Wow. First time I encountered a wild one, I was just like, my first thought was, I need to recruit one. I would have probably farmed it out if I hadn't gotten fish lips. So is that all there really is here? It's just a couple of mini games. I'm leaving. Let's see, now that I can get treasures from throwing Mog randomly. That'll be fun.
Time and memory, frozen in crystal. Fear and panic grip the hunter village. The prairie flan, the main prey of the hunters, are disappearing rapidly. Sarah and Noel slay the giant monster consuming the flan and resolve the paradox that unleashed it. But will this be enough to stop the giant flan from destroying the pillar? Noel and Sarah leave the prairie and hurry back to Sunlith Waterscape.
Okay, that's the same dialogue from last time. I want to see if there's a Chocobo that I can ride here to get across the gap. No Choco. Riding on a Chocobus. Actually, wait. Ah, dang it. Weather machine. There might be a Chocobo that I can ride when the weather is different. Whatever, we'll come back here another time. Another time. Ah. Let's see. This is new.
In the year 20 AF, the Brescia ruins suddenly experienced an influx of monstrous intruders.
Wait, no, we came here.
A paradox was thought to be the cause.
I think I left
Before
shortly
an
after
investigation
arriving,
could be
though.
launched, the situation was already out of hand. The government all but abandoned the area.
Did I?
And appealed to the general populace for possible solutions. The ruins crawled with mercenaries and researchers looking to make names for themselves in what had become an unregulated law.
You can't not make the jokes. It has to happen. Okay, well this is definitely new.
AF, the Academy is the de facto government. Their crowning achievement is Academia, a magnificent city which surpasses any that existed on Cocoon under the Far Sea hegemony. The man that laid the foundations for the project was Hope Estime, the leader of the Academy in its formative years. Science has progressed to the stage where mankind is able to build its own artificial Far Sea. Powered by this proto-Far Sea, human society flourishes like never before.
That can't go wrong. Life has been great ever since we freed ourselves of the Far Sea. Let's make one. Yeah.
The power to influence the future. The power to alter destiny. Such an ability may, if one was not careful,
Skyborn Paradise.
change a person's fate for the worse. Such power was never meant for mortal man. There are none who possess the wisdom to wield it. Sarah, you must seek out your own answers as you waver at the edge of despair.
Wow. How do you build something like this?
A little bit at a time, I guess. It probably took a lot of people working together over decades, maybe even centuries, to make this city what it is now.
They had a vision for the future, and it grew from there, huh? You know what, Sarah? I used to think the only way to make a better future was to change something right away, and here and now.
Okay, but here's a thought.
But creating something for people
We can
to
build
on,
this city.
That's not a bad idea.
Hope knows Cocoon is gonna fall.
Right?
Why
Even
not
if it can't
build
be completed in one
your
lifetime,
own structure to
it's still worth
support
starting.
Cocoon?
If you believe that someone in the next generation will take up the same ideal,
Problem solved.
then the dream lives on.
That sounds like Hope's way.
I wish she could have seen it.
Really? She's very special to you, isn't she?
She was, but I couldn't protect her. Huh?
Oh, good. We have a Lassie detector. Whoops. Well, we just fucked all these people by showing up.
Who did this?
Not a human. Only Far Sea have this power.
I wasn't expecting the man-made Far Sea to create trouble this rapidly. Oh, I need to fix my paradigm deck. Forgot I took fish lips out.
We're such a great team.
We just murdered 4 random people. Such a great team. Okay.
This is Caitlin's input for tomorrow's grocery.
That's what?
Caitlin's input for tomorrow's grocery list when we start making it.
Orange chicken. Okay.
I told her she should make it so we can discuss it. So we have ideas when we're trying to discuss it tomorrow.
Yeah. That seems good. Why did I pull up my map when I clearly have a very limited view right now? Gus makes me so happy.
Here.
Like, I want Gus to get the killing blow, so we see him dancing in the battle wrap up. Alright, go up the escalator.
Now things are going our way, Kubo.
Bunny mod. Okay, well these people didn't transform, that's good.
Threat level Sigma. All sections of academia on high alert.
What threat? I hope they're not talking about us.
The bots must see us as intruders.
That can't be good. We should look for a way to slip through.
This terminal's on. Shall we do some snooping?
Snoop away. We can't fight back if we don't know what we're facing.
Stand by for instructions.
Beat security bots that guard the glowing barricades and escape the lockdown. More than one path before you. What a concept.
Who's closing things off?
I don't think it is a who. This is all the work of machines.
Oh, thinking about this scene makes me so sad. They used to be regular people, you know? They lived their lives just like you and me. Well, not exactly like me, of course, since I'm not human. I feel so blue. But I might feel better if you buy something.
Ooh. Sure.
Thank you, kind. I hope my shop is helping people in some way, no matter.
Are these just another recolor, or do we actually get a new weapon appearance?
He's gonna say no, dude.
Yeah. I'm starting to get the feeling we're not going to see any different weapon appearances in this game. Pretty colors. That didn't last long. And that was a 3-star. It was like a 5-second fight.
They're taking up position in front of the wall.
Should have done it in 4. Well, that would have only been 4 stars.
That guy must have been the gate.
Nope. Customize. That's what I want.
Gatekeeper, huh?
Guess so. Now we know how to get past the rest of these barricades.
Well, I was going to do buffs and debuffs, but his health is dropping pretty quick, so stagger will do it. Oh right, I need to be throwing Mog a lot. Mark of the Lassie. Well, gotta see this one. Just a brand on its chest. Was it Whimsical? Just a recolor of that one. Okay. 1 gil. Alright guys, we found the gold grind. Rangoloops 2.0. Good old Rangoloop. Oh! We got fruit! Alright. Always throw.
Not this way.
Over this? No, I think we're trapped.
I think you're right.
Get him! Now! Take
A couple of problems with that cutscene. So, we were surrounded by 4 or 5. They're enemies we've been obliterating. They're concerned that we're surrounded by enemies that we've been obliterating. And then the fight has 2 enemies in it. Pick a lane.
Alright, we give up. We won't fight anymore, so why don't you show yourself?
No.
And why surrender?
Pretend to capitulate and buy yourself time. It's not a bad strategy.
Give up, we didn't 5-star.
You've got no reason to fight me, Caius.
Wrong. You are the enemy. You are contradictions in the timeline. I have every reason to eliminate you. 200 years ago, you learned the forbidden history, and were entombed in that tower as a consequence. But now you stand before me alive and well once again. What can that be if not a paradox?
Towers and forbidden histories?
I agree, Ash.
What's he talking about? Could it be something from the future?
Could be. Maybe at some point we travel 200 years before this time and encounter Caius there. But I don't plan on letting him kill us.
There is no mistake. You are one and the same. A distortion, a contradiction.
Caius, this is unlike you. If we were in your way, why not just stop us yourself?
A fitting sacrifice was required for you to comprehend your transgressions. To that end, I enlisted some assistance.
Sarah!
Unless he calls someone a hussy, it's a waste. Oh, I thought we were already in the fight. Okay. I feel like what the world needs is a remake of every game that's ever been made that has Liam O'Brien voice acting a character in every single game.
Kill him? Why? Why would you do that?
Cocoon's Far Seer were like that too. Wouldn't think twice about sacrificing human life.
I don't know
It's our future.
how that would impact the Hello Kitty games, but they'd be more epic, that's for sure. There you go. Sure, we'll go this way.
This is happening because of us.
This will be the second time this game has come up today, but getting over it with Liam O'Brien sounds a lot more exciting. You have fallen, but will you get up again? Yes, Gus! Lightning Mask Gus for the win.
And we're the only ones who can save them. Can't stop now. It's just what Caius would want.
Time's up. What? I didn't even see the thing start up. Quack! You got Chocobo.
Get him! Don't hate me.
Three star. 19 seconds. Target time 127. 3 stars.
Stay focused.
Launch. Oh, okay, 2 Christian points. I was like, man, I haven't been checking, but I'm probably raking in the points here. Never mind. What? Where? Wait. The rate at which these are appearing is making it very difficult to look around for items.
This should do it. Let's get back to it.
Hey, 200 points. There we go. Nothing over here. Oh. Time to carve up more innocents.
Take this.
What? Just straight into a fight. I didn't even see anything come up.
Now. This should do it.
Okay. I need to go that way. This encounter rate. I didn't realize I was playing Dragon Warrior 4. Yeah, this has been one of the better new tracks, I would say, in this game.
Let's get back to it.
Your very existence
I thought we were about to fight another Gogmagogmamog.
Disaster.
He really is convinced we're the cause of this paradox, huh?
Vermin. If this tragedy is to come to an end, no trace of you can remain in this reality.
Then fight me. Again.
Caius, we gotta catch him and make him talk.
Take it easy. You need your help. Gotcha. Let's go. It's our future.
I definitely haven't stopped to look at my health in some time. Which makes me think this part's a little too easy.
Get him! Take this!
Oh, hi.
I cannot let you escape.
Then why are you running?
Which part was that?
He thinks we're his enemies because of something that happened in the past. So we travel back in time and find out why.
You mean go back 200 years and look for this tower? Okay, let's find a gate and figure it out.
Hey, do you think there could be a gate on the far side?
Think Caius smashed the bridge to block our path? If he thinks that's gonna stop us, he could think again.
A lot of places around here that look like they should have items. Oh. Walked right up to it and left. Bye, Mog.
No, look! Now he's over there!
Damn it. What's his deal? Is he goading me on or just toying with me?
Hi. I want to fight that. See, there's the experience I've been missing. From the static enemies. Geiseric, huh? Okay, not immune. Oh. Alright, well. Okay. Not fighting this guy. It's like, so far every powerful enemy I have not been able to land a single debuff on. I don't know if that's because I need more roll levels in Saboteur, or if they're all just like stupidly resistant to them, but it kind of makes the Saboteur roll seem useless. Because the only times where it would be worthwhile are on weaker enemies that are going to die quick anyway. Did that Firaga not explode? The target must have died before it got there. Not as effective as I thought that was going to be.
Where are you going, Caius? Stand and fight me!
No. You get him!
Okay, seeing Fishlip spam Ruin just looks hilarious. Uh-oh. Oh. Gotcha. I want my haste buff. No, not change leader. First time I've accidentally done that today. This way.
Should we keep chasing him? We'll just run into another trap.
I'm willing to take that risk.
It's fine. Traps mean more CP. Well, at least with multiple Taxons, we're finally getting into fights that deal damage to them. That's nice. Fight you. That's not what I attacked, but okay.
Did it. Here. Here. It's our future.
Straight into the fight. Okay. That's nice. Game crashed. When did it autosave last? Probably a while ago. Well, moment of truth. I don't think 13 crashed at all. Alright, where are we? 928. I don't think that's that long ago, right?
Final Fantasy XIII-2, the story so far.
Thirteen's more likely to crash? Oh no. Wait a second. Okay. I have these at least, so it registers what I did at the casino. Alright, well, we got speedrun mode here. Let's try to get back to where we were. Yeah, I don't recall 13 crashing at all. Okay, at least we're already at the panic scene. Okay, we're not too far back. Skip.
Caius, you gotta catch him and make him talk.
Take it easy.
Probably like 5 minutes back. Yeah, I'm wondering if it was the transition out of one fight directly into being attacked by the fencer. Because that's the first time that I've gotten into an encounter, like, on the frame I left another fight. Skip that. Deposit Mog in pit. Mog, did you find anything down there? I don't think you found anything. Hey, a potion! Alright! Go find an ultimate weapon.
No, look! Now he's over there!
What's his deal? Is he goading me on or just toying?
Occasionally save. Actually, I don't think that matters because I think it would cut me back to the beginning of the segment anyway. Oh, whatever. At least, you know, like CP progress would be saved. Boom. Gus, you are insane. See, 13 always reminded you to save because you were coming across safe spots every 5 minutes. I'm never gonna remember to save.
Where are you going, Caius? Stand and fight me!
No.
Way to go, Sarah!
Get him! Please just go. Get him!
Begrimed Claw. Reminds me, I haven't come across any weapon upgrading yet. You bastard.
Try this!
Got a ruin go there.
We need your help. Here we go. Our time now. Here.
It sounded like she said, "Get out of my mouth," and I'm pretty sure that's not what she said.
Should we keep chasing him? We'll just run into another trap.
I'm willing to take that risk. We need to find out what he's up to.
No crash? No crash, okay. That is so much damage. Gus the goat.
Identification error.
Phoenix down. Well. Hang in. So that's forward, but I want to see why I reversed this escalator. There's gotta be something down there, right? Like, I keep forgetting about the mask that Gus is wearing, and then I see it occasionally. Kills me every time. Okay, did not let me swing at these. That's a group.
This should do it.
Alright. Finally, something's dealing some damage. $500.
That won't fix anything. The city would still be doomed. If you want to change the future, you have to be willing to shoulder the burden of saving lives. It's hard. I wasn't ready.
Anything worthwhile down here? Oh, there's a gate. Not where I'm meant to be. I will kill you with 3 medics. Okay. Hey, item. I did not escape from that. So it's like sometimes I can outrange encounters and they go away, and other times they can't. Yeah, look at this chapter. I failed a couple of times. So probably gonna get some in this one. The fights with multiple Taxons have a decent amount of damage in them. Dude, that max HP reduction on slot 3 is pretty intense.
Here! It's our future.
There we go. What? I just entered their encounter range. So back up. Oh, not go back up that way. Or that way. Where did I come from? Oh, hey.
Come on, Mom.
Phoenix Blood. That's a new one.
Get him! New formation! Get him! Now! This should do it!
Where'd you go? Oh, that way. But now I need to fight this guy. So if I try to run away, it's not gonna let me outrun it.
Take this! Get him! should do it. Won't celebrate just yet. Keep your guard up.
This way. I don't like that I can't outrange the encounters in this chapter. Or at least in this area. Like everywhere else, when the Moogle clock starts, if I'm running the opposite direction, it'll all eventually go away. But here I just end up not getting my preemptors. So I'm basically forced to fight everything. With a crazy encounter rate. Stop wounding Gus. Ah.
Could the gate be over there?
Hi.
Welcome. I'm done with the dumps of canvases. Buy something if you want, or not.
Well, she is far less energetic than normal. What is this? Revives one ally and grants haste. Interesting. Sad chuckle.
Thank you kindly. I hope my shop is helping people in some way, no matter how indirectly.
Don't crash. Now I'm always worried every time I go into a transition that the game's just gonna crash. He just figured out, I guess we fight. Osiris. See, again, not immune to these, but they're not landing either. Like, I feel like it's probably due to my synergist level being low. Or not Saboteur. I feel like I would have accidentally landed one at some point. Oh, did they share an HP pool? Alright.
Another pack.
I mean, there were 2 of them, right? I'm not imagining that. Okay, so she's finding a way to die in every timeline, apparently. Let's try this again. Can I land a debuff? Apparently not. Yeah, I feel like they decided that saboteurs were too good in 13. I just nerfed it into the ground. I'll have to see if it's any better once I start getting saboteur ranks. But right now, it's just kind of no point in even trying. But at the same time, the fact that Saboteur has been so worthless to this point makes me not want to spend my points leveling it up. You know? It's like if I'm offered an ATB segment,
you okay?
Capacity, or Saboteur roll bonus, I'm probably not taking the Saboteur at that point.
No!
Well, that's different. This track is far inferior to Saber's Edge. I still don't have a Sentinel set up. Alright. Let's see if Zenobia will take any debuffs. Nope. At least this one's telling me it's immune. Alright. Fun. It's one of these. High chain resistance, high stagger point, immune to damage. We gotta break it on the chain. I don't even know why I bothered changing that. What was his HP? 209. That's gonna be interesting.
Thanks, buddy. This should do it.
I don't know why I just noticed that there are other targets. Like, my mind just automatically went into, like, God, what was that? The inertial barrier enemy in 13. I was just like, okay, well, I just gotta break him and then he'll melt. Okay. Now he's theoretically debuffable.
I'm sorry.
One try on each of these, let's see what happens.
This should do it. Take this.
Nothing. Of course. Well, I tried.
New formation. This should do it. Take this. Take this. Get him. Take this. Get him. Take this.
Scourge! 73.90, that was pretty good. Yeah. You indeed got a real fight. Took a while. Hey KTR, how's it going?
New formation. Thanks, buddy.
Why you have to be like that?
This should do it.
There was a lot of wounding in there.
Take this. Get him.
Willow's. She only said she hates 13. She never said anything about 13 too. But I'm sure she hates it. Well, it's definitely is not going to be 5 stars because of that start. I wasted a solid 3 minutes at the beginning of it.
This should do it.
You will...
No! Look out!
It's like, oh yeah, QTEs. I had forgotten. Like, even though it's in the, like, the monster stuff. Okay, I didn't miss it by as much as I could have.
You'll lie!
I didn't get negative stars, so...
I saw death. If I were to live, it would bring contradiction to the timeline.
But why?
It's because of us. Just like Kaya said, we're causing a paradox to occur. Because of that, Yule has to... She has to...
Caius is not here.
You mean he's not here in the city?
Yule, hold on, please!
No, I am not the Yule you once knew. But thank you.
For the love of Metro, don't thank me.
Yule is dead. Again. Alright, so I think I'm right about the whole... We're creating our own villain by creating a time paradox in which Yule is dying over and over again.
An artifact from Yule.
She's showing us the way.
Well, that was quite a segment. Tower artifact. 6,000 CP.
The gate is up there, Kubo.
You know what, Mog? I didn't ask you. Okay, where's the gate? Let's see, what do we got? 13,000, my goodness. Overwhelm. Right. I don't think Saboteur is worth it right now. Curasa, though. I think I actually want the accessory capacity now. Let's go. Commando points. 38 for Ravage, okay. Let's go get Veil, I suppose. Death Blow at 50. Let's get you some more elemental options. Okay. Dang it! 20 more points. Alright. But we can now equip more. Potions in Libra might be good. Yeah. Aerolink gauge charge rate. Probably worthwhile now that Gus is dominating.
Yule saw everything, you realize that? She knew exactly what would happen today. There was never a time she didn't.
But even so, she didn't try to avoid her fate.
It's the law of the Far Seers. Seers must not change history to save themselves. Because if they do, they can doom thousands of others to a worse fate instead. How about it? Ready for the truth?
Ready for the truth for a while there. No.
The law of the Far Seers. It's a terrible thing to live by. Because to obey it means someone has to sacrifice themselves. Lightning, tell me, is there no way for us to save everybody? Noel and I are traveling through these gates because we believe we can change our fate. But even as we do, I can't forget what Yule said. She said Caius isn't in this city. But if that's true, who was it that we met here?
His brother, Coius. Obviously. Augusta Tower.
Augusta Tower is the central information processing facility of the Academy. The entire edifice is occupied by the machinery of an artificial intelligence that possesses unprecedented processing power. It also houses the Proto-Fal'Cie project, an ambitious plan to create a man-made Fal'Cie. Here too is recorded the forbidden history, although no human survives to remember it.
Back to that man-made Fal'Cie bullshit that nobody should have ever wanted. I mean, the concept of a man-made Fal'Cie is just so stupid. It's like getting out of World War II and being like, you know what? What we really need is a replacement Hitler. Who would do this?
Yule wanted us to come here.
The gates link places and eras that are connected somehow. Do you remember the forbidden history? The one Caius was talking about? I'll bet we'll find some clues here.
200 years ago, you learned the forbidden history, and were entombed in that tower as a consequence.
Could this be the tower?
The tower.
First off, we need to find out exactly where we are.
We're in a tower.
Time to gather some info. And there's a terminal right here. That way.
Paradox effect detected.
Hello, volume.
Emergency lockdown in progress.
Let me guess. We just got locked in this room.
I mean, we already were locked in
Let's check the computer. Maybe there's an override command.
Paradox effect detected. Emergency lockdown in progress.
Okay.
Paradox effect.
I feel like we're not getting anywhere here.
Emergency lockdown in progress.
We're changing color. Okay, there we go.
Welcome to the Academy DataNet. The Proto-Fal'Cie project was begun in 13 AF under the direction of the Academy.
Took them 13 years to win a new
The
Far
objective was to develop an artificial Far Sea in order to re-levitate Cocoon. The project was proposed and designed by Alyssa Zidell and directed by
Alyssa.
Time.
Do you realize what this means? The Academia Fal'Cie must have been built by Home.
What an idiot.
Cocoon.
Vanille and
Way to
Fang.
go.
He did it all for them.
But then Caius took control of the artificial Fal'Cie. And now we need to find out why.
Outer perimeter now accessible.
Okay, I've got a
We're free to
solution.
leave the room now, right?
We go back to 10 AF, punch Hope in the face, and say, stop it. Don't make the Fal'Cie. Done. Instead, build a structure to support Cocoon.
Can I ask you a stupid question? Is it just me, or can you see all these people around us as well?
Yeah, I can see them. Why did you think I couldn't?
It's just that they have no presence. Like they're not alive.
I know what you mean. I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, off the beam. What a shot. Yeah. Six. Did you say 6?
Thank you for accessing the Academy DataNet. Welcome to the Academy DataNet.
Well, there's a 6 in it.
This is a DataNet security alert.
Alright. Anybody else got numbers for me? Nice. 9. 69, got it. One. Okay, you got that one. Right, 691.
Paradox effect detected.
Kidding.
Thank you for accessing.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to the
I thought I had to
Academy
go
DataNet.
activate all these again.
Welcome. You have accessed the Academy DataNet.
Was that us? From before? This machine can show different eras.
He might have been watching us from here the whole time.
Do you mean Caius?
If that's who he really was, the Caius we met in Academia seemed different to me. I don't think he was the real Caius.
How could you tell?
We used to spend a lot of time together. We were both guardians. Warriors who were charged with protecting the Seers, although I was young back then, just starting out. Anyway, he took off, left me and Yule on our own. I couldn't protect her, not by myself. Then, when there was just me left, a portal appeared. I went through it, and next thing I knew, I was in Valhalla.
You met friend there, didn't you? My sister, and Caius.
I don't know why I keep running into him wherever I go. But I do know he wouldn't sacrifice the Seers. It's not in him. There's no way he'd allow Yule to come to harm.
Well, we've got to find him. Yule brought us here, and we have to help.
Yeah. Not again. It's so frustrating.
What's wrong?
I'm missing some of my memories. I'm trying to think about what happened after Caius left us, but I can't remember how Yule died. But I remember her face. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Did you kill her? On accident?
All areas now accessible.
Okay, the presence of technology that can monitor the future screams we started this whole problem ourselves. Reveal the tower secret.
That was Caius, right?
So he is here. But is he the real Caius?
Go! That's my Mog.
Allergies.
Go, Mog.
Oh, for some reason I was expecting that to be invisible. Probably because, like, every other artifact has one.
Come on, Mog.
Train Conductor Beret.
There he is. Now we grab him and find out if he's the real deal.
We have to be careful.
There are more important
This could
things
be a
to do
trap.
here, Noel. Like,
Come on, Mog.
3 points.
There must be some way we can get across.
Why don't we just try the switch?
The circuits are tangled with another age, Kupo.
It's being jammed by a paradox.
Wait.
Maybe we can fix it with a key from another time.
Kupo!
Why was that the first place that your brain went? You need the Augusta Tower access key 50. Okay. Great. So we need to come back here after we find access key 50. Where's my mouse? Oh, great. Computer, why are you doing this to me? I went to tab out so that I could go to my notepad, and now I'm stuck with my mouse on the center of the screen. But I'm not in Final Fantasy XIII anymore. And if I try to tab over to it, I don't have Final Fantasy XIII in my Windows list here. Okay, fixed it. 500 more tabs and it worked. What was it? Key 50. Find in another time. Go to tower. Even though I'm sure as soon as I find it, they're gonna say, "Hey, now we should go back to the tower." Just in case they don't, I don't want to forget what I'm doing. Alright, well, I guess we're done here for now. House belongs to 13-2. Okay, feel like I went here and wasn't able to do anything yet. I don't know why the thing would be there right now, but hey, let's go check it out. Do you have a key?
I'm counting on you two. Bring me back some good news. Please, if you can find the recording device and bring it back to me, I would owe you so much.
Recording device somewhere that should contain all sorts of monster data. Oh, right. We gotta dress for the weather. There we go. Ruin gets banned. I got used to not watching my health, and now we've got enemies that deal damage. That's fine. Munchkin, look at that. Guaranteed that one is a commando. Yep. Early peeker, noisy, melee fruit. Nice colors. The snow actually disappears once you go inside. Not salvation. This outfit. Is this not how you dress for the snow?
Let's regroup.
Good one, Eric. You know, the new tracks in this game are really good when they don't just randomly add vocals. What are you? Oh. Great. She's dead. Okay, don't fight the Tonberry. This is not your Final Fantasy XIII Tonberry. I'm going this way then. Nothing over there? Where are you guys going? Oh, they all... Why does everybody go check out the Moogle whenever you throw it? There are a lot of these. I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet. Okay. Ah! No! Oh god! Can I escape these though? Okay, good. Oh wait, I can just do that. You know, the obvious thing. Alright. You are for a later day.
Time and
okay, I want to go back here. See what's changed. Back to the crux. Okay. Let's see if Hope has anything to say. Oh, ooh, hi. Oh, we gotta dress for the weather. Ivory crystal. That, and where the hell did that Chocobo come from? That's not where it was. Key item? Oh. Shimmers like fresh snow in winter. For what purpose? Why is that a key item? Am I able to open this one yet? I don't think so. Kind of curious if there's anything new to say with Hope. I mean, theoretically, we should be able to just come over here and say, dude, don't make a foul C. And then the future is saved. At that point, it's just GG.
Lightning was fighting in Valhalla. That's where I met her. And that's when she told me to come and find Sarah.
I see. Valhalla, otherwise known as the Unseen World.
I think Lightning wants us to fix the timeline. Put it back how it was. Maybe that's why she gave me the power to travel through time and control monsters.
She was unable to do anything on her own, so she turned to the one person she trusted more than anyone. Yes, it is possible, although the idea raises even more questions.
How?
Listen, Hope. What are we supposed to do if we want to save the future?
The space-time is twisted and must be straightened. Find the largest paradox and resolve the contradictions. Tell me, Noel, looking back from the future, what was the most dramatic event in history?
fall of Cocoon, no question. Wait. Do you think someone created a paradox to make that happen?
Assuming such a thing is possible, then yes, maybe. Again, hypothetically speaking, I wonder if the man that Lightning was fighting is involved.
If he is, we're in big trouble.
I shall try to avert the tragedy. Then, just maybe, you will have homes you can return to.
Okay, but don't do it by building a fal'Cie.
I still find it hard to believe that my memories can just change like that.
Okay, well this is not our answer. Let's see. Alright, let's go check out that gate and see if we have a key for it. I love how much he bounces. Remedy.
Awesome!
Always Moogle abuse. Oh, hello.
Come on, Mom.
Relax. Hi. Gandax. Oh, really? Do I still not have any new medics? Commando. Yeah. This is the only medic that I have found. But his health is very, very low. Oh, yeah, escaped that one apparently. Gahongas. Check out the Gahongas on this thing. Gahongas get. Synergist. Enhance all allies' attributes. And bravery. I was thinking earlier, it's weird that we don't have bravery or faith. Have to think about that one. Aha! Look at that.
XIII AF.
Now there's an alternate time where I would expect to find the tower key.
Two entities from different times cannot coexist. If this were to occur, history would be infused with contradictions. This would lead to a distortion causing the entire world to collapse. The subjects require further analysis. Hypothesis. Their existence has initiated a distortion in history, and the entities are a living paradox.
I'm not very good with all this fancy machinery. What's going on here exactly?
The system that controls this facility has been hacked by someone from the outside. Wherever they are, they're trying to use the network in an attempt to override the system somehow.
So basically, some bad guy snuck in and took over the tower? Well, there's an easy solution for that.
Destroy the tower.
We just need to find him and solve this whole problem. Case closed.
The security system's been hacked too, so the security bots are just pieces of metal. And I don't think the person behind this is actually physically here.
Why?
It seems like the culprit.
What information do you have to make that guess?
They're accessing the system from somewhere in the future.
Lucky for us, we have the means to get there. Let's give them a piece of our minds. Come on.
So obvious. Restore the rooms to their correct positions and resolve the anomaly.
We should flip the switch.
We should flip the switch.
Yep, good.
Mr. Tower has turned into a paradoxical maze. Use the switches to rotate the rooms and make your way through the tower. Connecting open doors and passages will open the path before you. Learn which switches move which rooms in order to progress. Fun! Puzzles. One. Oh, okay. Planator. Oh god. Kill the Planator now.
Let's regroup.
At least there was only one, for now. Transparent ooze, eh? Get the item before a fight starts. That's okay.
That's my mug.
Key for the other tower.
That would be nice. I was just asking about a different medic.
This'll show you.
Upgrade my heal slime for a cure slime.
Let's regroup.
Throwing you off the roof. I'm kidding.
I'm not. I will throw you off the roof.
Yep, good.
Speaking of, get in that pit, Mog. Find me an item. Item. Did not let me initiate the attack. That's okay. It is tameable. And I'm sure it wouldn't be annoying at all to have that siren in every single fight. It seems like the best possible decision to make. No flanking. And a slivers.
Too easy.
Did not want the Flanborg, I want the Flanators. But what are you? Commando. Thunderproof, well-grown, rough.
It's hard to believe that all of this is happening because of one person hacking into the system.
I know. It has to be. Maybe this is a paradox.
Now that I want a Flanator, it's not giving them to me. It knows.
Let's regroup.
No one's hurt, right?
I'm also assuming, going back to the Chocobo Races, I'm assuming that the amount of slots that were there means you can recruit duplicates of monsters. Does this still rotate the room? What? Where? Oh, there you are. Or maybe there's just different types of chocobos that we'll come across as we go, and they count as separate monsters.
Done and done.
There we go.
That's perfect.
Oh, is that what elevators are for? Quieter. Goodbye. Whoops. I missed. He'll be fine. Two hole potions?
Meeting like this is fate. Won't you buy a little something to remember me by?
If you have something worthwhile, absolutely. None of these count. I'm pretty sure I have shattered bones. Why? I don't know. Lightning and wind resistance.
Your business is appreciated.
Double rotato.
that one.
Come on, Chocobo!
Poopo.
Fly!
Ow. It's just you.
Let's regroup!
It'd be great if after you finish the game, there's a counter that shows how many times you threw Mog. And then it gives you like a psychopath rating from there. Investigate the suspicious room. Does that rotate the suspicious room? No. What's that way? Not much. You are not a planeter, sir. Engine. Oh, there's a gate in there. Fly! Ah. Come on, allergies. Let me have one day, please. A Libroscope.
Well done.
2.
Welcome to the Academy DataNet.
Was there another number out there somewhere? I think there might have been a 1. Oh my goodness. Definitely that one.
Warning, this is an emergency alert. This is a DataNet security alert.
It was not that one.
right?
Used up all my 25% on Lingwars. Yep, sounds about right. You'd think I would have used it on my Pierres. Oh well. Alright, see if I can get a 1 and 3.
Warning, this is an emergency alert.
Nope.
This is a DataNet security alert.
Okay, but I didn't summon anything at least. Alright, 50-50.
Warning, this is an emergency alert. This is a DataNet security alert. Welcome. You have accessed the Academy DataNet.
Yep. Entropy board.
And our work here is done. No more intrusions from the future, right?
Looks like we're safe.
It's okay, I got a
The
second try
network's
by a
back
kill.
up and running.
We never got to find out who was behind this whole thing, did we?
Yeah, I don't know who it could be. Who would go through all the trouble to take control of a tower from the future without a demand of some sort?
It really makes you wonder what they were after, huh?
Analysis. Due to actions taken by the subjects, a possible future has been deleted from the timeline. The subjects pose a serious threat. For the security of future operations, precautionary countermeasures are being initiated.
That sounds fun.
Subjects will be eliminated.
That sounds fun too. Hey, access key 50. Look at that.
The paradox has been resolved.
Now the tower back in 200 AF should be open to us, Kupo.
Okay, but no. That's not what I wanted to do. Can I do anything with the elevator here? Oh, hey. I also feel like I can't leave without a Flanator.
That way.
Direct hit.
Nice.
Hello, Pierre.
Let's do this. Your turn. You got it. Let's do this.
No Flanator. Access key 13 required. Alright. Key 50 needed for lift in 300 AF tower? Yeah. Okay, before I do this, I'm actually gonna go grab something to eat real quick, so I'll be right back. I'm really hungry. Okay, that was a little longer than I originally planned on. I still haven't eaten, but my food is now ready. There's some chicken nuggets in the air fryer. And now I understand the time and space thing. I had not gotten to that part of the song previously.
Time and memory, frozen in crystal. Sarah and Noel have come to Augusta Tower to find out what is behind the horror overtaking academia. Here they discover a shocking truth. Hope was the one who built the artificial Far Seers. But what caused it to run amok? Sarah and Noel encounter Caius, but a malfunction in the tower prevents them from following him. They must find a key elsewhere in the timeline.
We should help her out. Like, grab a
Giant bantam nuggets.
the size of your door.
Which is funny, because bantams are basically just really small chickens. And so a giant bantam is just a normal sized chicken.
Of academia is overrun by seed, and the sealed pages of history.
Hope you enjoy the very excited children sounds in the background. They built a maze for our mouse, and the mouse is currently failing to run through the maze. But they're excited.
It was our faith in the tiniest chance that helped us get this far. We might not know what kind of answers are waiting for us, but there is one thing we've learned already. When the path ahead is too dark to see, sometimes it's important to just keep going.
Caius came to this facility as well, right? I don't know why, but he seemed convinced it was our fault the timeline was distorted.
So we track him down and find out if he's the real thing.
Okay, that was for this switch.
That was a lot. That's more like it.
Now we can explore the other floors.
Can we? Oh, hi. Oh, bye. Oh, hi.
Hey, that girl. Isn't that Alyssa? What's she doing in this time period?
She broke everything.
She does look like Alyssa, but it can't be her. Let's find out for sure.
Come on, Mom.
Got him. Oh, my item first. I guess I gotta just walk through there. That's no fun. Ooh, Chocolina. A twist headband. Moderately reduces chance to have actions interrupted by enemy attacks. Immovable 2. Okay, that's actually pretty good. That's 55 though.
Well done.
Not sure I'm a fan of the capacity thing on.
It's like the liveliness has been
on
sucked
these.
out of the Augusta Tower lately. The people there are all so quiet and almost robot-like. Although I'm not human, so what do I know? Anyway, back to business. Open up that wallet and shower me with gil.
Okay. You heard her. Make it rain. Delicate twist headband. Well. Everyone loves a gill shower.
She's gonna go back. Oh, she can go backwards.
So, with 30, I think she can equip it.
It's really quiet around here.
Yep. Cool. Immovable. Any items on the other end? No.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. She doesn't know who we are. I guess she's not Alyssa after all.
Alyssa?
We used to know a girl who looked like you. But that was a long time ago now.
My apologies. I must recalibrate my previous greeting.
Yeah, you
It
robot.
appears that you are acquainted with the original.
Original?
I am a duplicate of the Alyssa Zidell entity. My design is based on her biophysical data.
How'd
She's a machine. A fabricated life form. Or a living machine. The semantics are irrelevant.
I'll put you back in your house, okay? Good job, Claire.
Are all the people who work here the same as you, Alyssa? Yes. Everyone is a duplicate. An artificial life form.
Great. Humans are being replaced by robots.
Alyssa, you haven't had any other visitors recently, have you? Like someone called Caius, for example.
The Caius entity came through recently, accompanied by a green-eyed girl. They were
Hang on.
proceeding to the top of the tower.
Yule as well? Why is she here?
Okay. There's treasure here. Clearly the correct answer.
They're here to look for some kind of treasure. There must be all kinds of stuff in this tower.
I think they've got more important things to do.
Noel does not seem to appreciate my whimsical responses.
If anyone knows the secrets of this tower, it'll be Caius. If it means resolving the paradox, we have to talk to him.
We make the first move. Sounds good to me. Let's get our future back.
Alyssa, will you take us to the top floor? Of course. This way. If a person is created artificially, do they still have a spirit?
No.
They say spirit is a gift from the goddess, given to humans and humans only. We're studying contradictions, with the freedom to make mistakes and the will to start over.
This way, please.
What's happening?
Is this a paradox?
You see what's happening? What is this? No.
Oh boy. Really hope went out like that. What a loser. Oh, okay. Yeah, the drunk camera is a little bit on the weird side.
Let's regroup.
I'm trying not to like lock my eyes on the screen. I'm trying to just like let everything kind of happen in the background. They get the Vespid soldier, no problem. No Flandre.
What the hell was that?
This was an effect of the paradox. You just witnessed an event that took place on this spot 187 years ago.
Witnessed?
Wait a minute.
Blew it up.
So, You're saying the real Hope and Alyssa were murdered?
Yes, after the tower was completed. During the Proto-Fal'Cie development project, the artificial intelligence and humans came into conflict.
The artificial intelligence killed them? Because they were in the way?
I'm afraid so.
Oh god, we're still in the drunk camera. Why?
Let's regroup. Please work.
The weirdest thing about this is somebody approved this idea and thought it was a good one. At least I have some food to focus on.
Hope and the others were killed in this tower. And then, after they were dead, the AI took control of the Academy.
A broken
And the
Fal'Cie was
Fal'Cie.
created by a broken artificial intelligence. Humans were betrayed, and then they were wiped out.
And the duplicates were mechanical puppets that were built to hide what happened.
Round 3, fight!
Let's regroup.
Bye, Gus. Oh, I thought she dodged that for a second, but it was just delayed. News word. You can't watch the Center Rye Whiskey. I can't blame you on that one. I have not had any whiskey and I can't watch
You
it.
two have seen it now. You've seen the forbidden history. People who know too much have to be buried.
It stopped moving.
Looks like they closed the door on us.
Throw the Moogle.
Well, now we've seen the forbidden history. Does that mean we're stuck here for good?
200 years ago, you learned the forbidden history, and were entombed in that tower as a consequence.
Third time we've heard that dialogue.
But now you stand before me alive and well once again. What can that be if not a paradox?
Do you remember what Kaya said? In his memory, the next thing that happens is...
Never said we'd die. Just that we were entombed here.
That's why he acted the way he did. As far as he was concerned, we were supposed to be dead. He saw us 200 years later, assumed it was a paradox, and tried to get rid of us.
But there's a way out. If we can survive now instead of dying, that will automatically change history.
Back to the Historia
we
crux.
can save the future.
Agreed. Alyssa and Hope's fate are in our hands. It's not over yet.
A little bit of a plot hole
by
here.
A long shot.
Okay.
This is more than just an elevator.
Okay, what's the new Zwerg? Ravager, of course. Frostproof, early peaker, old model. Okay. Oh, I got the Orion. Interesting. Quick stagger. Lightning attribute physical damage on the target. It's got attack and ruin. 130 attack power. He's already almost up to Fish Lips' damage. I think we may have to retire Fish Lips. You have 160 attack power. God, look at Gus's stats. Good God. Let's see how he levels up. D-Shell Chaser. D-Protect Chaser. Adrenaline Scourge. Lots of stats on leveling up. Okay. This is a tough decision. Let's see. 2037 HP. Almost double Fish Lips already. Yeah. I think we're dumping Fish Lips. God, look at the stack row. Whew, 373 attack. Almost 4,000 HP. 5 Fish Lips. We loved you. God, you're still so incredibly squishy. Alright. Random name. Bond? No. Dwight? I kind of like Dwight. Tiffany. Oh, Regulus. I actually really liked that one. He looks like a Regulus. A adornment. Kind of like that. With the lightning mask on him. For sure. Like lightning, you look different.
There's with the system.
I'm a little sad to drop the Chocobo,
All
but
we can do is try to fix it, and not get our own wires crossed in the process.
that's a little on the strong side. A blood guard. Reduces wound damage. Oh. 50 capacity though. Oh. We got our planeter here. No fight. Well, got some more reordering to do before we do that. Oh boy, double planeter. No! Lost my chain. These are the planeters I remember. These are apparently the rarest recruit in the game. Fly! Platinum casino ticket.
Nice.
Okay. I'm assuming that just gets me a lot of free coins or something. Hi, Orion. How are you? Meet Orion. Saw that item out there. The Mog's going flying in a minute. That mask was such a good find. Oh. Well. Guess it's further out than I thought. Oh, he is still falling. There we go. That. I think he might bounce to it. Nope. Oh, okay. That was a perspective issue. I was throwing him into the gap. I thought I was targeting the middle of the platform. Not bad. Okay, now I know where to throw him. No good, Koopo. That's what I'm looking for. Fine. I don't really want to reorder this whole area just to get that item. It's probably a Phoenix down or something. I can't even land a debuff on a non-boss enemy. It's definitely weaker than Final Fantasy XIII Chapter. Access key 52. I think I needed 13 for the lift.
You think we fixed the elevator?
In the decade following the commencement of the Proto-Fal'Cie project, a conflict arose in the Academy between the AI construct and its human creators. The construct insisted that the Proto-Fal'Cie be imbued with the full powers of a Fal'Cie. Great idea. But the scientists countered with the arguments that the more dangerous combat functions were unnecessary. With no compromise forthcoming, the project faced termination. 13AF, project director Hope Estime was assassinated, and the debate died with him. The Proto-Fal'Cie was eventually created with a fully functional ability to change humans into l'Cie or Sith.
The old cocoon fell from the sky because the Fal'Cie who powered it was gone.
I mean, how could that plan have possibly gone wrong?
And the
Who could
Proto-Fal'Cie
have
was
seen
created
this?
in its place to make cocoon float again. At least that's how Hope planned for things to go, right?
Right, but the artificial intelligence needed to build the Proto-Fal'Cie rebelled against the humans.
I actually don't need to rotate this because
Something went wrong.
I used Mog. Last nugget. Oh yeah? Is it 25%? Because it feels like 25%. It's not. What is it? %, even better. It's practically guaranteed.
This'll show you.
Most of them are right now. Cher is making a lot of noise today.
Done and done.
How many points do I have to spend? 7,000. Okay. I was working on... Yeah, let's get raised. I mean, now I know accessory capacity is very important because I can't equip anything good. But more ATB gauge. Or commando bonus. Let's go more ATB gauge. Got raise. These are apparently useless. Alright. Death Blow is pretty far out there. Let's get the strikes. Death Ward. Vigilaga. Level 50 for Boon. Trench, Element Guard, and Reprieve. Reprieve is probably up at 50. Alright, let's see if I ever use a Sentinel again. They haven't been particularly required. No bosses have done significant damage, really. At least not ones where it was just like, okay, I have to fight this down.
This one's mine.
By Planeter. Alright, now I just need to win 15%. No Planeter. Okay. And you make it there now. That's gonna come up short. Let's check the bounce here. Or I can throw it too far. That works too. What is one melted Metro Droid? I think I might start putting levels into the Saboteur, at least on Sarah, because I find it hard to believe that they would make Saboteur this bad. I think I just need roll levels to make it worthwhile.
Done and done.
Saboteur in 13 was so good that it was practically required. Do I go back for the item? No. I'm good. 52nd floor.
This is great. The artificial intelligence that killed Hope and his team now seems hell-bent on killing us.
Great. More CP for us.
So you don't think the Proto-Fal C and the other AI are being controlled by Caius?
No, I don't. Someone else is pulling the strings.
This is just like a murder mystery.
Couldn't the culprit be the artificial intelligence itself? What if something that humans created found a mind of its own?
So you're saying a machine learned to think for itself?
AI.
Then it wouldn't need anyone at the controls, would it?
Kind of the point.
We should search for the AI mainframe. Maybe we'll find out what's really going on.
Oh, more puzzles, alright.
We're almost at the top floor. I bet that's where Caius is.
Better get our hands on an access key then.
8 mana engines. You bastard. Oh, that's gonna be a fight. Okay, Dragoon is not so bad. Planeter! We got him. Goodbye, Ultimus. At least, I'm assuming it's gonna have more than 658 health. I mean, it does. But I was expecting it to be better than 661. Beat it by 3. Alright, let's level you up and see how many stats you get. Oh god. Kira and Karasa right off the bat, good. Really, Esunada. Are all of the medics just really low on HP? Is that what we're doing here? Yeah. 9 plus 11. Well, it's better than Ultimus. Okay, how far do you need to go for Kira? 23. Well, it's still better. let's go. Monster name. Sergey. Caleb. Unger. Rihanna. How do I send out a Flan Man? Flan Man it is. Oh wow, the carbuncle figurine is not in its mouth. The unicorn Flan Man. Maybe. Where's he? Oh, there it is. Alright. Unicorn Flan Man in the Flanator. That'll do. Money.
That's my mug.
That's my mug. Oh, scream. Alright, now the real question. How annoying is it going to be on my team? I didn't swap it out. Alright. Oh, Gus is dead. Nice.
No one's hurt, right?
Come on, man. Magistral Crest. Increases magic by 40. Okay, that's a flat increase instead of just 10%, but holy crap, 75 cost. Be 5 off if I took off either of these. Not a fan of that mechanic. Okay, the siren does not go off when he's healing me. His existence is now valid. That freaking mask, dude. Okay, apparently I'm just gonna stay still until I get this item.
That way.
Another platinum casino ticket. And these things just keep popping in directly in front of me. I don't even have time to preemptive. Okay, so I have to rotate this one before I can enter it. I'm assuming that's what this panel over here does. Finally, I got a preemptive. These Dragoons are extremely weak. They look intimidating, but they got no power behind them. Back we go. Ambushed by a Flanitor, which is so sneaky. Spend some points here. I want to see if it'll give me the option to get Saboteur levels on my next Crystarium expansion. I have to believe that we can make it worthwhile. Nice. One round at the planter. Okay, is there a way? Okay, I see what I need to do. I need to rotate this one again. The outer ring is actually where I want to be. Oh, hi. Was not expecting you to catch me there. That was a very long knockdown. Puzzle! I think so far every puzzle in this game has been... We'd be fine without this. Triple Dragoons. Okay. Well, they don't take much to kill, but holy cow, they deal quite a bit of damage. Again, twice. Can I skip this? No, not. Every time, they just pop right on top of me. See if I zigzag. Never mind. So maybe I could move horizontally out of the path of where they respawn. Nope. I was always gonna hit him, apparently. I wonder how many of the design choices in this game were specifically to be able to say, see, 13 wasn't so bad. Not saying this game is bad, but like a lot of the changes really make me miss 13. This information is accurate as of the year 200 as fuck. The highest floor of Augusta Tower is a side of a gate that behaves differently from a standard time portal, instead leading to a virtual space within the AI mainframe. Okay.
This is the last key. Next stop, the very top floor.
And that's where Caius is waiting for us. Someone who looks and
I avoided a fight. Okay, I almost didn't avoid that fight.
You might be up there with him, Kupo.
You might be right. Why would the Seers come here?
Look at that. Okay, there's probably a boss up here. We'll probably get a sentinel roll set up. Let's do that. Okay, no more drunk cam, please. Okay. I know you.
Let's take it down!
We can do it. For Hope, for Alyssa, for Academia.
For ire. Raider behemoth, you say? His health pool doesn't look that great. Ooh, that's some good damage.
must be the heart of the system. I know it's a machine, but it seems like it's almost breathing.
If what Alyssa was telling us is true, Yule and Caius should be up here as well.
Then we get to watch Yule die again.
But are they with us or against us?
3 whole potions? You sure you want to give me that kind of power here?
So for my lucky customers today, you get a big dose of spirit and zest along with your purchase.
Okay. Oh, hey. I can get these, but they suck. ATB rate plus 30%. But that magic is terrible. Yeah. Doesn't appear to be a way to upgrade
really quiet
weapons.
around here.
Which is unfortunate because so many of the weapons that I'm seeing with decent effects have absolutely terrible base stats. Okay, any items here? Doesn't look like it.
Yule, are you on your own?
Yeah, I've got a Thermaltake Mark 1 full-size tower, but I don't think they sell those anymore.
You must protect
Airflow
the
cases
timeline.
are really hard to find now.
I trust you. I believe in you.
We're in the same time as when we met in Erba. So you're the same Yule?
Yes.
But who are you? Who are the Far Seers?
I am the seeress of the oldest tribe on Pulse. My visions of the future are recorded and stored in the Oracle Drive. But that is long in the past. There is no more need to record the prophecies. I have Caius now.
What do you mean?
He is tasked with protecting the seeress and remembering her visions. Now and forever, he will remember the entire timeline. Caius. He is beyond death.
What? You mean he can't die ever?
The seeress possesses the eyes of Etro, and inside Caius beats the heart of chaos. The goddess has gifted him the curse of eternity. He is a
Explains
guardian,
chaos behind
and
it.
his mission is to protect the seeress. The power to see the future is a terrible weapon. It can turn history into chaos.
But then, I don't understand. Why are you helping us? I mean, you do know we're trying to change history, right?
History has already been broken. The timeline had been twisted before I met you. The distortion leads to a future of death and destruction. If you change the future, you can change the past and correct the distortions.
I'm curious who made the initial
miracle that
change
saved
and
Cocoon
why.
has already been altered.
I guarantee it's gonna be somebody who was trying to do something good.
Did not come home.
Someone who was meant to survive. You mean my sister? You do, don't you? You're saying that lightning shouldn't have disappeared that day.
It was because the future was changed.
So if we keep traveling through the gates and resolve all the paradoxes that are happening...
Yeah.
If you change the future again, the true past will be restored. The past that you still remember, Sarah. Together, the two of you can correct the timeline.
Did you hear that, Noel? We've been doing the right thing all along.
Yes. Can you tell us something else? Someone has been laying traps for us inside this tower. Do you know who's behind it?
Your enemy. It is here inside the tower. It has generated the contradictions that threaten you. The machine is sentient.
A machine? So the Caius who we met earlier in academia, he was...
An imitation created by the machine.
And what about the other Caius? The one we saw in the tower?
He is real. He brought me here. And when we are finished, he will take me away.
Let's go.
Yes, go. And please, let me see a new future.
We'll do it.
Good. Everyone is smiling. This is the future I wanted to see.
And she's dead.
I shall remember your pain. It will be carved in my heart, together with the memories of every other Yule, cursed to die this way.
So clearly he wants to break the cycle and is trying to destroy eternity so that she doesn't have to die anymore. It's so obvious.
I'm worried about Yule.
Yeah.
but
somehow Valhalla
if
is
we're going
connected
to
to
fight.
that.
We can't afford to have doubts. She's hoping for a better future and believes we can make it. Look, the fake Caius was sent out from this place.
But where's the enemy that you warned us about?
Those look like Anima's hands.
Profile C. So this is what Yule meant by
Oh, hey.
sentient machine.
This thing has
It's
been
Anima.
behind everything. It's the one who turned the people into Seek, and it's the one who's been trying to kill us in the tower.
Actually, let's do this. I don't expect this to work, but yeah. Okay. Refight. That is not a lot of HP. 74,000. It's a very weak proto-Falsi. Phase 2, maybe?
I don't understand. How did the future Proto-Falsi end up here?
This place must be like the void beyond. A crossroads where the future and past intersect.
And that would enable time travel. No, do you realize what this means? The Proto-Falsi could have used this place to travel through time and infiltrate the artificial intelligence. Then it could have manipulated the AI to kill all the humans in the tower and build the Falsi of Academia's future.
You're saying the Proto-Falsi took control of the AI and ordered it to build the Proto-Falsi. It's a closed loop. A chicken and egg paradox.
Right. A paradox is exactly what it is. The Proto-Falsi was trying to protect the distortion that gave birth to it.
And it knew all along that it was part of the paradox.
Just a sec. If the Proto-Falsi can manipulate the past, that means...
That means phase 2.
It can travel back in time and rebuild itself.
As long as the crossroads exist, you cannot defeat the Proto-Falsi, Kupo!
Right, how do I target the crossroads? Music wants me to do it.
Yes.
Those Babylon. Probably Sentinel this. Good call. I'm not sure it says great things for this game, that so far the most engaging boss fight is the intro boss from 13. Just updated a little bit. Ultima, you say? Some good hits.
No way.
Oh no.
We gotta stop it.
No.
Sarah, now! Okay, my turn. See how you like this. Time for you to go away for good.
Wait, when did he get a bow? He's never used a bow before that scene. Achievement unlocked, trigger finger.
Thanks to Mog, huh?
Oh, he actually had Mog. Okay.
You guys play around.
You saved the day.
Thank you. You did great.
Seems to be over. 5 stars. Gold nugget times 2. If those are worth 60,000 gold, then we're in good shape for a while.
This is Hope's fault.
Huh?
He was the one who started building these things. Proto-Fal C and AI both. Will you listen to me? Looking around for scapegoats. These fights are really starting to wear me down.
I don't blame you.
It's not gonna do us any good whining about the mistakes of the past. If we don't stop this thing from regenerating, we're never gonna get out of here.
Well, if we never get out of here, we're never going to stop this thing from regenerating. I kind of want to scream at Hope. I really want to throw a Mog. Luring out the original seems like the smart decision. So I think what we're gonna do is throw a Mog.
It must have a core it regenerates from. We can attack that directly.
Mog! You gotta help us.
Fal'Cie for its weak point.
Always throw, exactly. Every problem in this game has been solved by throwing the move. So, here we go.
No good, Kubo.
Poor guy.
Sorry, Mog.
Oh, that wasn't it. Hey, buddy. You got a bed? It's a big hug. Haste isn't there. Good night.
Thank you.
Demi-meteor. How about no? What's Hyper Rescue do? Okay. Big ol' heal on everyone. Nice. Yeah, it really is. Do it! Do it! Do it! That song was distracting. This song is immersive. 5 stars.
There must be something we can do.
Well, I already threw Mog, so there's nothing left to do. Do I have to refight it every time I choose the wrong decision? I mean, clearly throwing Mog a second time is the answer, right?
I got it. It's not reaching through time and reviving itself. These are all just test copies of the Proto-Fal'Cie.
So you're saying the original hasn't shown itself yet? It does seem to be a little different every time we fight it.
Right? And if that's true...
We just have to keep taking out copies until only the original Fal'Cie is left. Let's do this.
Round 5. Fight! Even the enemy debuffs don't last very long. Gus is the GOAT. Five stars. I mean, you're getting 3 Phoenix Downs every single fight.
So you think there is no original Fal'Cie?
I guess my theory was wrong.
Okay, the answer can't be screaming at hope. So it
The machine
is.
is manipulating the past. But then, there's no reason we can't either. Please, I hope you're watching this. Hope, can you hear me? I've got a bone to pick with you.
These machines you built,
Sarah,
are driving me nuts!
Just dumb enough for this game, yeah.
you did it, Sarah.
But I didn't do anything. At least, I don't think I did.
I mean, I almost picked that first. But throwing the Moogle just seemed like the right thing to do. And after that, I assumed the other one was wrong too.
Can you hear me?
Cole, I'm alive.
Oh, what a relief.
You worry too much, Noel. Noel isn't himself these days. I wonder if it's because he can't remember the future. It's understandable. No one wants to think they'll forget something that's important to them.
$6,000 CP. I'm gambling that this isn't as bad as it seems. Now, can I get a saboteur level? Please don't be a mistake. Alright. We have a saboteur level now. Overwhelm. I can now take out Tonic at any time. I want to go for Vigor. Jeopardize. Sure, let's just push for Vigor. Spark Strike. Yes, please. Probably Sentinel bonus? No. Sentinel has not mattered much at all. Okay. No hidden items.
You know something? When you get mad, you sure do remind me of your sister.
Careful. She might be watching, you know.
Didn't he only talk to Lightning for like 30 seconds? Alright, I want to go Academia 4XX. I want to go back to Serendipity because we got some more shards. But the anima fight was fun. I mean, it was a fun fight in 13 as well. Even though it didn't do as much in 13. But I would like to see more bosses like that, but actually made for this game. rather than just, you know, snatched from the previous game.
If you present me with any fragments you obtain, I will offer you some guidance. The distortion in time gave birth to...
So, just talking to her doesn't do it. What was my time? Oh, dang, 1, 2, 4, 3. Thought I had a 1, 2, 3, 4 in there.
If you present me with any fragments you obtain...
I guess I don't completely understand how the fragments work. I'm sure the data log says something, but... man, who could be bothered to read that stuff? Alright, well, based on the amount of areas, it looks like we're roughly halfway through the game here. At least I hope we're only halfway through. It would kind of suck if this one ended this early, with most of it being optional side stuff, but I don't get that feeling necessarily. But I'm gonna go ahead and stop here for the day. I'm getting tired. So there were really only 2 segments that were puzzle heavy today, which is good because the puzzles are the weakest part of the game. So I'm glad there weren't too many puzzles. But yeah, I do like that the fallacy were at least brought back into the story at this point, because I was wondering how any of this mattered without the fallacy being in existence anymore. But really today we ended up with more questions than answers. So it was still fun. Had a lot of fun today. Glad I spent all day doing this instead of putting it off to Tuesday for another 3.5 hours instead of 6 hours. But yeah, so next week is going to be interesting because I am off work. So Monday, I don't know when I'm going to start. Like I've got a thought process where I may just wake up and hop online, might hop on after lunch, I don't know. But I know Monday I want to work on my Bianca route for DQ5, and I don't know how many hours I'm going to work on that for, but it'll probably be more than usual. Tuesday and Wednesday, I will basically treat normally. I'll be streaming Final Fantasy XIII-2 those 2 days, starting right after dinner, basically. So I might start a little earlier than normal. Usually I start at 6. Maybe it'll be 5:30, depending on how early we do dinner. No idea what I'm doing Thursday, Friday, but I kind of want to do some DQ3. I kind of want to do some Dragon Warrior 4. But depending on how Monday goes, I may want to just do more Bianca stuff. And then Saturday, we've got the Dragon Warrior 4 race that I'll be hopping in on comms for. So definitely know what I'm doing that day. That's Monday and Saturday are really the only days I know exactly what I'm doing. But yeah, so that's going to do it for me today. Thank you everybody for hanging out, enjoying the time and space music, and I will catch you guys on Monday for Dragon Quest V Bianca. You guys have a good one. Time and space.